All right. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back. Game 366, which is Lufia, the Runes of Lore on the GBA. How's it going, everybody? It's been a week. It's been a busy week, but I'm on vacation this week. Had to go away for the weekend, but I'm back, and we're playing some more Lufia. Should really get a good chunk of stuff done. Sephiroth! Zerodine with 45 months of awesome support. Thank you so much all the awesome support, Zerodine. Welcome everybody. Life there, how's it going? It's me, Charmander. Hello. Self-Thera. Cassette Cobra. Welcome everybody. Hearing that GBA sound a lot lately? Wonder why. Are they just like a lot of games? They're bringing back the GBA. How are the fast forwards? SMT still in the lead? Of course it is. SMT kind of like took over completely there last stream. Went from like Night War being pretty heavy first place to SMT just taking over. It's not a huge lead, but it's still a lead. Wouldn't mind any of those games. It's pretty good stuff. As long as it's not Atelier, because we just played Atelier. I don't want another Atelier. Yours just got back from repair? Nice. You know, I've never owned an original, like, GBA, or a GBA of any kind, I should say. I had the original Game Boy, I had, all the other game systems, but GBA, no. I mean, I had the DS, 3DS, all that stuff, just never. The GBA is like the one Game Boy never had. I guess I never had a Game Boy Color, but I guess at that point it was just playing consoles. Still, this one's not bad. I mean, this game just kind of crosses all the stuff. I mean, it's not a terrible game by any means. Got the full team together now, at least. Good Bao, I think his name is Bo. The Gao and Bo mixed together. Little pupper. Sorry, totally not done by Akira Toriyama in any means. See if I remember how to play the game. It's been a week. It's playing a lot of exciting Tetris. Of course, Tetris is the thing you gotta play when you play a Game Boy game. Alright, start the timer. Cameras are going, they're linked up. Everything's capturing okay, perfect. Alright, where did we leave off? Oh yeah, we were in Gruberic or something, yeah. Just picked up Bo, which Bo can't use, or Bao, or whatever the hell his name is. Yeah, that's right. It's friggin' select bring up menu is weird. Like, start just brings up the quick save. No option to change that is annoying. Whatever. Yeah. Bo can't have, like, an ability, or, like, a skill, or whatever, like a class, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. So what do we have right now? We have... So he's a fighter still. I think it was... How do I see? There he is. A teacher fighter. I don't know how many ranks there are, but master is supposedly the last one. Torm is a swordsman, is an expert right now. The wizard, an expert wizard. Too many different classes. I want to turn everybody into every class. Hey JD, how's it going? This is your busiest day. Well, it's good to be busy. Alright. See, do I still have my... Okay, good. I have my list of places I need to revisit with Bo, since we have, like, a hammer now. There's a lot of places we need to visit. Need to go see this blacksmith dude. Old lady in the bar wants Orden's tea. Yeah, don't we have to go to, like, Orden or something? It's our next place to visit. It's been a week. This chemist dude. I wonder who I'm gonna turn into a chemist. I might turn Eldin into a chemist. It costs like $400. You only want to do that once. You don't want to switch back and forth. There's a couple places you need the hammer. And then I guess we didn't have Torma when we went to the Tower of Guidance because we didn't need the whip to go there. A bunch of places to visit. For that though, I think we need to go see Torma's Granddad. That's one thing they didn't do in town. This was like a long cutscene. I can remember where his granddad is. Somewhere on the right side. That weird rat. An alchemist? Yep. You found me. I'm pretty slight for an alchemist. Dark ore. All this stuff. Well, I got to go visit the. Got to go visit the ancient cave or whatever to get some of these materials. Dark ore. So far we have water ore, bright ore, earth ore, fire ore. Am I missing any ores? Rune ring, high magic, cinder ring, flash ring. Well, all these ores are used to make these rings. Dark ruby with black water. Dark ruby plus black water. Hey, Baines, how's it going? See you around. Must get all the alchemists, even though I haven't been able to make one recipe yet. What are you doing back here? A bunch of soldiers came and ransacked the place. I ain't gonna let it ruffle my feathers, mind you. Go away, quit worrying about me. I swear, you got such a big mouth. Have fun talking to yourself, old man. That's it. Well, there'd be something here. Alright. Guess we're downtown. Look at that dog. Can we talk to that dog? What was the... What did I need to talk to that dog? It was like... Oh no, it wasn't the dog, it was... For some reason I thought I was able to talk to animals, but it was only able to talk to those, like, rabbit things. Ancient enemies or whatever. Everything here is taken from people's homes. Many houses were destroyed in the process. I think I visited everything else in this town. And then we just gotta go to the exit, I guess. Which is supposedly around here. Maybe in the other place? In here? It has the Dead 2 and Dreamcast for $30 across the Curious Village. Nice. You got the version, I guess, with the, whatever the hell it comes with there, the disc. Food porn time. Burger. I like burgers. Come on, load the burger. It does look delicious. Double cheeseburger. These fries look massive. That or the burger is really tiny. One of the two. Why is the clock stop? Where's that exit? It was supposed to be like southwest. Maybe it's in the upper area. Unless I can get through here somehow. Maybe you can... Can I break these with... Sorry, I can't switch characters in town. Sephiroth, this guy are sick with a 21 months of awesome support. Sephi emote. I still need to make a Sephiroth emote. One day. I am on vacation this week. I've got no excuses. I'll have to make one. Yeah, I'm thinking that's a really tiny burger. It looks like a big burger, but next to those fries, it looks tiny. Why can't we switch the characters, have them read things? The dream. Yes, it must become a reality. Okay, we can't go that way. Or maybe it was down here. That was the right, south right side, but maybe it's the south left side. I don't know. Can we go this way? No trespassing. Burger for ants? It only goes away in half a bite. Alright, where the hell is that supposed secret exit? Maybe it's in the previous area. Remember there's mentioning something about an inn. Actually, wasn't there an inn over here? Maybe it's like... The inn over here was like this way. Yeah, it's an inn there. Maybe it's behind the inn? Everybody rested up while I'm here. Oh, forget help. Yeah. Guess we stayed at the inn already. He's got a whopping 2 AP for bow. I mean, you can't change classes, so what's the difference, really? Is it behind here? No. Damn it. Where's that secret exit? Actually, should I bring... I don't want to bring too many monsters, I'll bring like one with me. I don't want to... Because the more dudes you have, the more times you divide your experience or whatever. Should keep working on Fat Tail. Fat Tail's pretty decent. In case somebody dies or whatever. Throw Rex in there, why not? Whatever. We're dividing it 4 times is the difference if we divide it 5 times. Hey, where is that damn exit? It's fun coming back after a week. Remember there was an exit, like there was supposed to be a secret exit somewhere. I thought it was somewhere near the inn or something, but... It's behind here. I figured it was down here somewhere, but no, maybe right here. There it is. There's a path out of town. Maybe, okay, so it was the item shop, not the inn. Guess I better say goodbye here. What? Huh? Weren't you just kicked out of Jita? Hey, come with us. We need a hammer user. You're probably still hurting from before. This is nothing. Heal up quick, you see. I took a lot of abuse down there. I'll just go live in the forest or something. Besides, you got enough trouble already, no? You can rest in my place. I don't know what will happen in this town, but I'm half monster, you know. You have a lot of people in your case. Gahaha, you think I care what others say? Forget it, your strength will come in handy around here. Besides, Pixie could use someone to talk to. I guess take care of yourselves okay, too. What? Is he actually leaving? What do you mean you needed a hammer user? Good luck, Bo. Thanks. Oh, come on. Hold it, Torma. Well, good thing we brought those monsters, I guess. Did you go see your grandfather yet? Yeah, and he chewed me and spat me out. Well... He's been researching monsters, you know. I'll bet Gratze put him in through the ringer. He's too old to take much more of that. Just saying, you ought to see him more. Alright. Really? We just got our hammer user, and the game's like, no, we're taking him away now. Thanks, game. Oh, so much for visiting these places with Bo. Bow. Boo. Whatever. Oh, well. So I wonder what point he's gonna come back. If we just go see him now, what happens? Just gave us a taste of him and took him away. It's just gone. What can I do for you today? Yeah, he noped it out of there. Let's read half the book again. Thanks, game. I guess we're not getting him until later. Hopefully soon. He's the reason why they don't have him have a class. Maybe he like comes back with like, I don't know, some more classes or whatever. Well, so much for visiting places with hammers. There was one place we needed to use a whip, but I don't want to go through that tower again. I mean, it would have been fine if I had both the hammer and the whip, then I could go visit and get 2 birds with 1 stone, but now that we don't have a hammer, it's like, I don't think so. Oh. Who doesn't love a burger? Where are we going? Go back to our hometown? Go back to Carcelite? Or maybe this Meadow Road? Where's that lead? Does that lead over here? No, it's Mara Volcano. Okay, so I guess the Meadow Road is where we're going. Am I enjoying Lufia? Lufia's okay. It's a very by the numbers game. You know, nothing super special about it, but nothing especially terrible about it. It's an okay game. Can we go back in here? Like... Huh. I'm sure going back in here. When the way of the Holy Land is closed, the Song of the Ancients will open a path anew. We need a Song of the Ancients or something? I don't know. We have a way of singing a song. So much for getting whatever we wanted in there with the whip. I guess we're not coming back in here later. Till later. Fine with me. Burgers. Hey, John. Alright, let's see. Anything new in Parcelite? Your work is not under military occupation. Better be careful here, too. This Mom. Oh my, you're back and you're safe. Protecting your mom in your village, so don't worry. Gotta evacuate, old man. Quit treating me like some senile old coot. A regular old coot, then? Can't do anything for you now, Eldin. Except pray for your safe journey. Thanks, Mom. So we're going this way. Onwards. Oops. Meadow Road. Why is it like autumn now all of a sudden? Really? I can't cut grass? I can't walk through... Oh, there you go. You can walk through tall grass. Go find a Pikachu. Eagle. Miss. Bet she sucks. Well, one thing I wanted to do is just to see if there's any other, I'm gonna hit level then. If there's any other weapons that are like boomerangs. It's hard to tell if a weapon's gonna be like in a like AoE weapon of some kind because there's no indications. So you need to see if there's like an upgraded boomerang. Surprise the enemy! Butterfly, a Morphin, Mighty Morphin Power Moth. Wrong one. Wait, what? He has an AoE? Since when does he have an AoE? Tail Swipe is AoE. That's good to know. Every time. I really need to switch that select and start thing, 'cause every time I hit start, it always pisses me off. Oh, it's costs AP though. That's why. Bet it's not like a always on ability. That'd be pretty damn good. Cinder. Burn everything. I love how he just like opens his hands and then Boomerang just like flies out. Hey, time slip. Is he like admiring his bonsai tree? I'm getting some weird trees around here recently. Cut them and cut them, but they keep coming on back. Probably mutating monsters before long. Burn them. Can't light the trees on fire. You just like burn the grass on fire. One quick way of getting rid of it. You go that way. So you want to get the Ordnance 8, kids? Well, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Take a look. Those weird trees are blocking the road. Can't do anything about it now, I'm afraid. There's no other path around. I mean, totally looks like we can go diagonally between those two trees there, but, you know. RPGs, right? Well, it's not that there isn't. I don't know if I'd call it a path exactly. Try going down that side of the trail if you'd like. But the obvious only path around? Let me tell you, that way is really tough. I mean, it totally would be able to squeeze between these two trees here. And I can even walk diagonally. Come on, squeeze in there. Where am I going? That was rather pointless. Now I can push the barrel. Hooray, I can get through. What is blocking me from like going any other direction in this tall grass? It's like an invisible wall inside the grass for no apparent reason. Rugamo? My character's burger theme. Mirror McCheese. What? Is he guys worth XP or something? Not really. Worth money? 180 gold. Is that a lot? It's probably a decent amount. Yeah, so we have 3,800. I don't know. Burger snack. Is it burger snack? Does the burger snack just eat burgers? Or does he look like a burger? It looks like a burger. Like you'd see a snake eating a burger, just like eat it whole. Just lodge its jaw and just like gulp the whole thing down. Kind of like some people I've seen, so. Like something inside that grass. One of these anime gulp, yep. Yes, if you find a woman that can eat a burger in one gulp, that's the girl you want to marry, boy. Let's murder some more ducks. Let's see. Hit them with frost. Damn it, stop running away. Like wimps. I was running away. Okay, that seems like the exit. Insect egg. Any of these monsters I want to capture? Not really. There was definitely a monster like running around here because I remember like there's movement inside that grass. Anything over here? Who is this chicken? Cockatrice. I guess they can petrify us. But no one came. Recockatrice. I was gonna say, didn't look like I hit the first one there, but. Large egg acquired. Have ourselves an omelet now. Egg of a cockatrice. Thanks, game. Such good descriptions. Telling exactly what they do. Buffalo. Wild bull. Raging Fist. What's that do? Do I see my abilities again? Skills. Devastating 1-2 combo, one target. 2 AP is not too bad. I don't know if it's any stronger than Knuckler. Knuckler we got early on, I think, so... This one's pretty good. The chance hit, if it hits strong, I mean, it does pretty good damage generally. Probably better early on when you don't have a lot of attack power, since it probably... This one probably bypasses his defense, I imagine. So it probably hits him for like that X amount of damage no matter what. This one sucks. Like an AoE attack, but it does a decent amount of damage to yourself. It's decent if you have a good healer on your team, but if you're in the actual ancient cave or something, not so good. Sure, it's so good for anybody. Nope. It's garbage. So it looks like there should be a path there. That's it. I wonder if there's any sort of secret paths in here, but where would they lead that I haven't actually been to yet? And there's like stuff down there, maybe? No, that's actually, yeah, that's where we need to go. The exit. Is my laptop disconnected again, or is it Twitch chat that's down again? Yeah, that's probably my laptop. Damn it, laptop. Stop disconnecting. Oh, it's working now. Yeah, it's probably my laptop. Hey, 514. This chatty's working, but Twitch itself is still trying to connect. I'm trying not to break things, not my fault. It's a laptop. Oh, there's a secret over here. You can go down this way, you can go up here. Yep. I'm doing good. I'm on vacation. Hooray for vacations. Get to enjoy some good games. And wait for like a million years for my laptop to like refresh the screen. I don't know if my Wi-Fi is just terrible right now or what, but... This chatty's working. Brickstone sacrifice. I'm assuming that kills them. Seems like my monsters are learning the weirdest ability, like just nonsensical abilities. Like Rick's got this imitate thing that costs like 30 AP. Like what? Like it makes no sense to their actual like character, like to the monster type they are. Like it's completely nonsensical what they learn ability wise. Like this imitate thing sounds like it might be cool. It'd probably be cool on one of our own characters. Because if you have like an enemy that has like a really powerful ability, like I'm assuming this is usable on a boss, because that's the only time you'd ever spend 30 AP to get an ability. then, you know, maybe it'd be good. Use LAN cables, yeah, well, laptop's not anywhere near a, an outlet. I think it's just my laptop being a laptop. Refresh there. Could have been Twitch, I don't know. Took a couple of times to attempt refreshing before it came through. You know, some of these abilities make no freaking sense. How do I... Like, tail swipe makes sense, okay, sure. Berserker... Sacrifice. Give up all HP to defeat a foe. One target. Obviously, it doesn't work on bosses. Yeah, let's not ever equip that. 50-foot LAN cable, yeah. It's a laptop, though. There's no LAN port on the laptop nowadays. Pretty... Oh, wait, I just noticed... Can evolve. Okay, so Rex can evolve now? Maybe he's learned all his abilities. Can Fat Tail evolve? Oh, both of them can say are saying can evolve now. Alright. Didn't notice that before. I need to save for it. Attempt that, though. Oh yeah, they got rid of those a long time ago. Because who really connects a laptop to LAN nowadays? It's all wireless. Everything is wireless. I mean, you can get external adapters. I use one for work when I need to hook up like a wireless device to the network to set it up originally. Slightly, yeah. What? Surprise. Yep, exactly. Yeah, I imagine gaming laptops probably have like gigabit internet things or whatever, but normal laptops, no. No space, cost, you know. Even have them all in different colors. That's a good way of doing it. Instead of like labeling them. Soon is the way we need to go, so let's go down here first. Go see what's over here. Some like grass. How did they get here originally? Probably have to go this way. Over here. Earth fruit. Pink cable. Where does that go to? I just have like a boring, like, gray cable going to my computer. But nothing else in my setup is like actually wired. Oop, jeez. Came out of nowhere. Got like buffalo forest here. I think there's about 7 or 8 of the colors, so yeah. Like a dozen different colors. Oh, Rami's almost dead. I just noticed. I'll heal her after this fight. Assume she survives the fight. Kills. Yelp. Damn it, server, stop responding. Stop not responding. Surprise the enemy! Orange, white, gray, blue, turquoise, green, yellow, orange, black, pink, red, purple, white, green. Jesus. That's a lot of colors. I would go nuts with that many colors. They just have to be uniform and like, alright, just label them. And then of course the labels come off and then you're like, what the hell is this one connected to? And then you gotta trace it and ugh. Let's not go out here just yet. Surprise the enemy! Hooray! Replace everyone. One way to do it. Scorched earth. Just replace everything. Till level 11. Should try that evolve thing on Rex. I don't really care about Rex. Let's see what happens exactly. So Rex, I think, was... Is he fire type? I only have one dark fruit. No, screw it. Try it on Fat Tail. Nice. I don't know what the hell that is, but it looks like some sort of dragon thing. The basilisk. Is a earth type, okay? Oh, he looks like a freaking T-Rex now. Before he didn't look like anything like a T-Rex. Let's check their actual stats. I don't know if the stats even changed at all. I think the max AP went up, but I don't know if the max HP might have gone up. Because I think Rex was a full HP. So it looks like both his AP and HP went up by 5. Other than that, I don't know. My laptop is like, maybe I'm just out of range, my access points, having a hard time downloading anything. See the GIF like 1 frame per hour. It's a slow dance, but it's dancing. Yeah, that's what I should do. I need to just invest. All the way downstairs, like in the basement. Just have like a basic repeater, which does the job, but should definitely get a mesh system. Just mesh everything together. Oh, is there anything over here? Didn't really see anything down here other than just maybe a shortcut. Yeah, there's this thing on the other side there with the pot. Need to get over there. There we go. Yeah, the prices keep going down, which is always good. Hey, Minden. How's it going? I mean, Black Friday's coming up soon, so I could probably find some decent deals, too. When is Black Friday? It's like November, the end of November, give or take. Mysterious crest. Well, I just spawned a big ass. I wonder if I want to capture that dude. Mysterious crest looks like a. Oh yeah, that's one thing I want to do is try to equip my monster. And the lizard shield, she has like tons of defense. You know, pointy hat, tail ring, tons of defense, anyways. Mysterious crest is probably for my other monsters that I don't have. This game gives you way too many like monster equipment, which is super annoying. What does this do? I can't get a description. About a month, yeah. 24/11. Bangle made of glass beads. Whatever it does seems to be doing the same thing as the stud. So I don't know, I guess a mysterious crest must have been something for monster we don't currently have. Headdress that glows with 7 colors. I want to see if I can capture this monster. Treant. Burn the Trent. Basilisk is faster in my group now. That's a change. My 5/6 router for 80 bucks, the mesh system for 40 bucks. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. Definitely do that. I don't know what's going on with my laptop today, but seems to be having a hell of a time. Try connecting to this. TP link. I'll have to take a look. Weird part is like Chatty is no problem right now. Like I'm getting chat on Chatty, but Twitch is like connecting to chat. It's trying really hard and it's failing. Let me connect to my extender. Oh, yeah. It's my phone. Oh, never mind. My extender's like right beside me, so beside me. It's close enough to get reception, but a little further than the laptop. Let's beat this Lufia game. All RPGs will be ruined for you forever. This is the epitome of RPGs. How's it going, Varys? There is. Damn gnomes. Hey, Pap. How's it going? Wild Bulls. Yeah, this Basilisk is definitely faster than the pre-changed form, so he must have gotten like a bunch of new agility. Which is fine with me. It's a bad ending? No, I've had my fair share of bad endings. Some games with really weird, bad endings. Dungeon Master 2, I remember being like a complete WTF in terms of like, what the fuck am I watching right now? I remember that one being really like weird. And that game was shit, so everything about Dungeon Master 2 was shit, ending included. Of course, there's a lot of other bad endings, but yeah. It's one I can remember off the top of my head, being especially bad. Let's go. Let's frost them a bit. What, Mega Man Battle Network 3? I know. Not looking forward to that one. Yeah, Limited Saga is going to be a long one, isn't it? I don't know if it's going to be as bad as people make it out to be, though. It's probably going to be, like, okay, but it's not going to be an amazing game or anything, I'm sure. It's going to be blah. To say 3 is the best one. Yeah. It was more than 3, if you count all those, like, Star Force and all that weird shit that they did on the DS. One where they put like 3 different versions, because of course they did. But they only collect 1 per generation. Especially some of those DS ones are freaking insanely expensive. Rexstone double hit. 3. Yeah, same target twice. I thought it has to specify as one target. Same target twice, one target. Well, I kind of hope so. If there's 2 targets, then, you know, we kind of defeat the whole hit one target twice thing. It's probably the right way here. Got surprised, didn't I? Yeah. How do they hit everybody? Do I have a lot of antidotes? I have a lot of antidotes. I guess the monster doesn't really matter too much if it's poisoned. Actually, I have antidote, don't I, Eldin? Yeah. Remember, antidote items are actually relatively expensive. Hey, Jackhart. I am. So it sucks that we had our full team together and the game's like, nah, we're gonna take the 4th character away now. It's like, seriously, game? So all these places I could have visited with the hammer. Actually, I wonder if the hammer breaks these things. And he was like, nope. No 4th party member for you. How is he still alive? There's 3 different exits out of this, oh shit. I went right back out. Respawned everything. Let's see what's over here. Nope. Okay, it's probably the right ways. Let's go the other way. Get it? Let's move right into that surprise attack. Anytime the enemies get surprise attacks, they always get like two hits on you. Because you get the free hit for the surprise attack, and then they go first in the second round. So you're guaranteed to get attacked twice, which is kind of annoying. Oh, your 360 died? That sucks. That's why I'm worried about game systems I haven't played in forever. Like, I haven't touched my 360 in years. So, I wouldn't be surprised in mine if I pop a disc in, nothing gets read. How hard are 360s to get nowadays? I imagine there's probably less and less of them out there, but I imagine they're still relatively inexpensive. Because there was a lot of those out there, plus, you know, the majority of 360 games are playable on later generation Xboxes anyways, so there wouldn't be any need for people to keep their 360s, so I imagine it's not too bad. $80? That sounds expensive. Sounds like you can probably get one for like $50 or less nowadays. Let's go check eBay. Like PS2s are probably also relatively. The only thing is like, what kind of quality is it, right? You get it on, it's like encrusted in like dirt, and you turn on the fans, smell like it. Like you've been living in a smoker's house for the last 10 years, you know what I mean? We're still selling them for like... This is Microsoft Xbox 360, bids, refurbished 139. We're still selling them for like way more than you'd expect them to sell. 360S, $55. Not working, $25. Hey, Andrina, it's good to be back. Let's check out like the local ads. Check out Kijiji. $200 with the Kinect and a bunch of games and a controller and... It's a little more expensive than I expected it to be honest. $75. $75 for 3. Limited edition Halo Reach 360 with a game for $110. You know, you can get them for like decent prices, $100 or less. Canadian, that is. Unwanted tenants, yeah, that's exactly. That'd be the last thing you want to open up in a console and you see a bunch of like dead, you know, dead things in there. Hopefully dead things. Hopefully you wouldn't have anything living still in there. Yeah, you would think that the 360 and the Xbox emulation would be a lot further along than they are. I mean, I guess the main reason they aren't is because the majority of 360 games that are worth getting were available on PC anyways, and the ones that are stuck on the 360 is very limited quantity. You know, didn't have as many exclusives that people care about that aren't on PC, so. This drive's fine, yeah. That's one thing I really need to do on my PS2 is to grease the rails. My PS2 is like, I've had my PS2 for, you know, 20 plus years at this point, and it still works fine, but considering how many games I'm putting it through its paces there, I really need to do that on the PS2 at least. Especially since my PS2 is modded anyways, and it's very easy for me to get to the, like I've got the fat PS2 model, but without its original shell. I have like a shell that has a pop top, so I can use the swap disk a lot easier, which means I can access the the disk drive way easier. So it's just like literally pop open the top and there it is. really need to do that. Just have to figure out like which grease you need to use, right? The last thing you want to do is put something that's not designed for it and fuck it up even more. Imagine it's just like some like lithium grease or whatever. White lithium, yeah. That's what I would imagine. Alright, let's go see what's over here. That's probably just the backside of that tree. The other path that could have taken to the tree wasn't in the way. Aha. Original Lundra. I wasn't a huge fan of Lundra because of the whole isometric platforming aspect of it, especially. I hate games that do the isometric platforming. The bad combination. It's like, haha, we fooled you. You thought there was actually a space in front of you, but it's not. Plus, the game just felt like it just went on too long. Ornament, another monster helmet, probably. Probably for plants. Yep. I mean, number 2 was even worse, obviously, but I didn't actually mind number 2 all that much. I mean, it was different from number 1, sure, but was it terrible? Not really. It was just wasn't amazing. Then it's not like it didn't spin around. So, yeah, maybe the motor. I wonder if it's like a gear that got disconnected or something. Or maybe the motor just burnt out. That's pointless. Alright, so now we're on the other side of this thing. Yeah. Grease everything. Lube it all up. Stun ball. Revive. There you go. It's the best way to do it. Rest of the Valvoline high-speed wheel comparing grease. I imagine some grease you definitely wouldn't want to use on that. I think that'd be harsh on plastics, obviously, it'd be bad. I imagine stuff like WD-40 you probably wouldn't want to use either. Slash all. I mean, he already has slash all, technically. That boomerang. I mean, I can switch him to a sword or something. Yeah, imagine your console smelling like a fast food place. That would suck. Stormer got that ability. Is he a teacher now? Yeah. Teacher. Oh, we're a master fighter now. Oh, I guess when we got that other ability, right? That Raging Fist. Okay, so I need to switch that class around. Let's get out of this place. Slash Falls 3. I wonder if that does more damage than just his regular boomerang. I mean, to be fair, most 360s probably do smell like fries and rotten chicken wings. Yeah, it probably does the same thing as the boomerang does. It's covered in Dorito dust and Mountain Dew stains all over the place. Because it's the extreme console. You're welcome. He did. God's like, I got you, bro. I know, right? They're like literally like have it in front of them. There's like eating on top of it or something. I can see controllers, yeah. That's why again, like second-hand controllers is like, oh man, just the stuff that you would find in those would just be disgusting. It just makes me wonder how like consoles get so dirty. I can see getting full of dust, but yeah. But I guess it really depends on the conditions that, you know, the people live in. Not necessarily the console itself, but if you live in a pigsty, your console's gonna not give you the best condition. I don't know, I would assume generally refurbished is probably okay. It's like used, because refurbished usually means somebody actually went through the effort of like cleaning it and, you know, making sure everything works and maybe like, you know, adding new grease, that kind of stuff. So refurbished is probably okay, but yeah, getting something used off of like, you know, Craigslist, GG, whatever your equivalent is in your area. You see in the pictures that it looks like it's been like a bucket of dust for the last, you know, 5 years. Those are the ones I'm like, yeah. Don't know if I want to take a chance on this one. You turn it on, it's just like this cloud of dust that just comes out of the fan. It's like caked in pet hair and smoke. They always run away. $50-50 chance. hell's that thing? Pretty moth? Who's a pretty moth? You are. I love those like zoom in crits for 1 damage. Alright, Jack. You have a great day. God, these invisible mazes are so annoying. Buck, buck, cock. I thought his stomach is just grumbling when he sees a chicken. Chicken. Fire potion. Really should just burn this place down. That's an interesting formation for the the grass there. Strike. Let's see how much damage Rex does. I haven't tried him since he evolved. But Fantail does have more attack power, so plus way more defense with those equipment. Well, not really that much more. Definitely has way more attack though. Raging Fist. $16 for karma. So close to leveling up. Insect Edge. Got a weapon. Designed to be equipped by incest. I wonder if I should pick up one of those moths then. So I don't think we don't have any of our monsters right now as an actual weapon. Mine's in good condition too, but I haven't turned it on like years, so who knows. I think I turned it on relatively recently just to make sure it like turns on. Other than that, how do I get to that pot? Is there a... okay, there's a vine down. So once we eventually get to the first 360 game, which actually would have been... it was very close to being that Record of Agorist War game. But that didn't win the role there. So if that had won... yeah, Remy, every time I look at Remy, she's pretty hurt. guess she doesn't get a lot of hit points when she levels up, so every time she takes a little bit of damage, it's like half her health. Oh, wasted that frost spell. HP, 1 whopping attack, 3 defense, 3 agility. Special path down here. Everybody's trying to kill that one dude. Everybody's gonna get poison hit probably. Kinda wish Torma would attack before the rest of our team would though. That way you can at least weaken them with the boomerang. Good. I don't have any more mana for antidote. I'm really wondering if I should pick up that pretty moth. Let's try it. Numbing disc, I guess. We have a weapon for it, so might as well, you know, use it. See how much defense it actually gives us, or attack power it actually gives us. Of course, we have to go back to town to equip it, because it's a stupid system. Yeah, how long does this place go? Keeps going and going. Yeah, can't have more than 3 enemies, right? Can we have 4 enemies? 5 enemies? I have people saying. Mysterious pins. Guys, send an email. Oops. Work emails, gotta love them. Gotta love when you're on vacation. You get like more emails than when you're not on vacation. mini maze? How do we get to that chest? Oh, there's like a vine down there. Okay, this is probably... we need a hammer here, I guess. So it looks like I could jump down if I knock this thing down. What's the name of this place? That's my list of places to revisit with the hammer dude. Unless he actually joins the party for real. This is like meadow something. Road. This way we're probably like... because I think we started on the east side. So we've got to be on the west side by now. Of Meadow Road. Meadow Road West. Also can't get down that one. Wait, how do I continue then? I mean, unless that... oh, that button probably lowers both of these. Level 13, good amount of HP and AP, decent amount of attack, good, decent stats across the board at least. We have a pot. We can... so it lowers this one, but it doesn't lower the other one, unless there's another switch down here. Yeah. So I guess we don't need the hammer, dude. Not yet, anyways. Maybe there's another spot we need him. Shit. Hate getting surprised. Miss. How do you miss with a whirlwind? T-Rex actually looks like a friggin' T-Rex now, at least. Compared to that pansy-ass excuse for a T-Rex we had before. Great. Well, that's great. You got one person who's actually active in it now. And she's out of mana. How do you miss somebody who's sleeping? You gotta be a really bad aim if you can't hit somebody just sleeping. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, put a saddle on that thing and ride him. No thanks. Oh, at least the T-Rex is awake. Wait. He's sleeping, but he's moving around. He's having a bad dream. She's gonna die, isn't she? Don't I have attack items? It's a good time to use those. Assuming she does, like, no physical damage whatsoever. She's out of HP, so... God, this, like, chain casting sleep is not good. Well, she might have an accessory that prevents her from being put to sleep. Maybe that's why she hasn't been hit with it yet. Or she was just incredibly lucky. Well, this is going well. And she's dead. And Rex, yep. Good old Rex. Finally woke up, Jesus. Do a risky hit so I can try to kill these guys out. Please don't put him to sleep, please. Thank you. That was a bad encounter. Sephiroth and Bertie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thanks so much for the support. Yeah, I know, right? Thanks so much for that. Yeah, she's just sleeping on, I don't know. I think they're trying to do a perspective thing, but with that shadow, it doesn't work too well. Oh, almost 40 votes. It is. It's got a good lead. It's in lead by 7. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad to try Battle Chaser's Night War. As long as Atelier doesn't win, because, you know, just played one. I'll need another one. Man, I hope we can get out of here soon. We're running out of, like, everything here. Didn't expect this area to be so big. Hey, Demonic, how's it going? Well, thank you so much, Mean Bertie. Okay, let's try not to get surprised by enemies. That moth is like, nope, not gonna fall for it this time. You gotta kill that sleep one ASAP, because that sleep is pretty damn nasty. Adventure of Link. The only RPG Zelda that I consider. Yeah, Area of Sorrow is awesome. Of course I played the, technically played it on the Switch. Yes, there is. Gotta have some good games leading up to those other games coming up soon. I don't know, hopefully Legacy of Goku 2 is better than Legacy of Goku 1. Limited Saga's probably gonna be more of a slog than anything. Man, I really need to get Rami some AP. Just use one of these things here as magic jars. Don't seem to be that easy to come by, so... She wasn't there... I think some of these other things, insect eggs, maybe. I hate that they don't give you a description of what it does. Like a popular food in Vegeta, but like, what is it? A healing item? Well, the fact that it's like a magic wand thing, but I think so... Same thing with the charred newt, yeah. Doesn't really help me. I think insect egg was AP. I could be wrong. Okay, I need to kill this guy for sure. Alright, did I get 10 EP there, or is that... Yep, that's the plan. That's what I did with the Sega Frontier. Sega Frontier was definitely the longest for a while. Hey, Black Rose. How goes it? Okay, so that definitely was AP. So yeah, Limited Saga, like how many characters are there in that? Like, just my copy. Disagree, Wild Arms, Warriors, Valkyrie, Tsukunai. There it is. Limited Saga. 7 characters. It's gonna be fun. Well, there's 7 characters on the front of the box. So. You got Laura, you got Myth, Kurt, Judy, Armic. I guess he's the monster of this game. Ventus and Ruby. Laura is an ex-pirate, 30-year-old. Myth, 28-year-old inventor. Kurt, 32-year-old. I love how most of these are like basically 30. And then you got Judy, who's like 10 years old. Armic, who's a monster, so whatever. Ventus is 19. Ruby, 17. Like half the characters are like 30, which is odd for RPGs, for JRPGs anyways. Played 1 hour and gave up. Oh, that sucks. Some more food porn. What we got? Oops. That's why here. That looks good. Good looking pasta. I mean, I know, I reserve judgment until I play it, but Rat-tailed or Knuckler. I'm sure, like, after, like, an hour, I'll probably be like, man, maybe we won't play all characters. It's gonna be a slog, isn't it? Excuse me. Here's some punch attack. 1 target. Button. There it is. It's got one of those little trees. So bought up all the PlayAsia physical releases. Yeah, at least they're really being released in in the Asia territories physically for those other Saga games. Those were like 3 or 4 that released recently. So many new ones. Wonder if they're any good though. Hey, hold on, is it just me? Or are those trees starting to multiply? You weren't kidding, what's going on here? Great. Eldin, Torma, Rubius, Kane! Yeah, at least it gives us a chance to, I don't know, heal up a bit and get some AP on our characters before we start this fight. Bitter cheese. I don't know, is that healing? Is that... Moldy bread doesn't sound all that good. Probably like poison. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of Saga games. At least most of the older ones were kind of remade and released in English, so... Of course, Square Enix loves their remakes. Cheap and easy to do. Hell, the assigning calls to me. What's going on? Mobile Windows games, which is fine. They can keep those. Alright, well, I'm assuming fire would be a good thing to use against this guy, so let's blaze him. Mediant? Do we go for chance hit? I mean, chance hit did some pretty good damage when it does hit. And for 2 AP, it'd probably be better to do this. Even if it hits for like a weak amount, probably better than a stronger amount. I know, right? I guess in places that have a lot of transit, you know, if you're stuck on a train or a bus for long periods of time, you don't want to lug around your Switch or something, right? So it kind of makes sense. So Cinder Slash is a good one to use here. Yeah, 240 damage, a little bit better than most of the other characters I'm doing right now. Hey, Gergrimer. Wow, 17. That's right, you get the double hit. Like, one of these characters are doing slightly more damage than the rest. Didn't they close the servers for that now or something? I remember seeing that. Which is kind of stupid. I imagine it had like a decent amount of people playing it, but... Damn it. Hey, you can't go back if you accidentally, like, click OK on a character for their attack thing. You can't backpedal. As soon as you click OK, that's it. Come on, chance hit. 20. Weak one. But I mean, new games, right? You're not gonna get new themes on the 3DS, so. 4, 8, 3 attack, 2 defense, 6 agility, 4 intelligence, 7777. This level. Rex level 17. Lots of HP, 3 attack, agility, intelligence. Rex learned Horrify. Is that another one that costs like 1,000 XP? Hey, Waddle's tree's disappeared. The monster must have been responsible. Much of that, off to Ordnance. I kind of want to revisit places now that had those trees, but I kind of also need to go save. He's a great father. In Quest 12, yeah. Yeah, any games that require, like, some complex movement, some 3D games, I mean, that just, yeah. Without an actual controller, no thank you. Yeah, I guess I can't go backwards. Seven-inch, actually called gamer phone. Gamer phone. Does it actually have physical controls though? 240 hertz display. And a battery life of 5 seconds. At that point, you might as well just pull out a frickin' Switch. Or a Steam Deck or something, you know what I mean? Like... Series X in the car battery. You need to be fueled on pure adrenaline. 240 hertz display is an attachment in the back of vapor chamber active cooling. That seems like just one of those, like, look, we made this stupid thing kind of thing, more so than, like, hey, people are actually gonna buy this. It's more of a gag, it seems. Was it released on April 1st? Three or four iterations. Sounds kind of pointless, but hey. Wait, can we go this way now? Okay, I know where I am now. Was there a path this way? Well, they do have flip phones. They're like, they have those, like, you know, the phones with the displays or whatever, so I can see that being the next inevitable step. Only 165 hertz. Oh man. Imagine the amount of stuttering on that piece of crap. 165 hertz. It'd be like watching a slideshow. 18 gigabytes of RAM. Damn it. Keep getting surprised. What are they all calling for help? The one turn they had that could have actually done some damage to me, and they're like, let's just call for more people, even though there's no more room for anybody else. Yeah, I know. It's just stupid. Of course, they have to have some fancy LED displays, right? Then you guys just didn't wait it out. You wouldn't have had to go through all that bother. Wow. Fuck. You go back to town and heal up. External water killing for phones. Wow. That's just stupid at that point. Like, what, do you have a fucking backpack or something with the water pumps? The heat exchangers? What? Was that the inn? Oh, come on. So much for using the cheap inn. What's the next cheapest inn? Probably the one in Grubrick. Of all places to rest. You think Grubrick would be the worst one? It's still stupid that we can't stay in our home. Like, we can't rest in our own bed. The shopping cart. You just gotta keep it plugged into the wall for power, because unless the thing functions off the phone's internal battery, in which case, what the hell is the battery life? Battery life is like 0. It's negative. There's no point in buying anything here, because I imagine as soon as I buy it, I'm gonna find a better one. Hey, Clipless, how's it going? What are backplate replacements? Water channels and tubes? Oh yeah. How much does that cost to install then? But you need some sort of way of pumping the water, so... Is like the pump built into the backplate as well? You have to have some other weird attachment that pumps the water and exchanges the heat. The save. It's just one of those things where, like, if you're on the go, your phone's detached from the pump, but if you need to do some heavy gaming, you go home, attach to the pump, and then play with your connected phone. Sounds so stupid. Seems like people are just making this shit up just because they can. Just like, hey, look, we made the first one, right? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Pretty much. They get a fucking Steam Deck at that point. $350 watts, wow. That's kind of stupid. Wow. Well, just in case, you know, they invent some really, really high-end cooling in the future. Right, you gotta have the thing that can put the cooling systems to the test. It's like Crisis, you know. You gotta build the thing that'll train the technology first. Outside Antarctica. Yeah, no kidding. Every time you turn on your computer, like all the lights in the house just dim, just come instantly. Could have your own generator to supply extra power because the grid won't have enough power to power your PC. Yeah, you probably need like a 240 volt outlet or something. Hook it up to the dryer's outlet. Oh yeah, I forgot to go change my classes. I just remembered. Oh well. Yeah, exactly. I imagine the amperage is probably the same. The higher voltage, of course, so... 16 amps, yeah. Makes sense. Where's the exit? How did we get out of here? I'm trying to think of where there was trees blocking my path. Actually, wasn't there like a small tree over here I should go, like where the enemy, or where the boss was? I should go there first. Hey, Enough Day. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Best Tuesday of all. $32. Run away. Small thing won't let me get away with it. I mean, I need more AoE stuff. Areas are just getting bigger and bigger, and we just don't have enough AP to last us for entire areas. HP, 4 attack, good amount of attack at least. Not much in the way of any other stat, but he is a monster. Well, yeah, it's an area of effect. It just happens to hit every single monster. It's that big of an area. This one sounds a bit like Golden Sun. I mean, as GBA, I guess everything kind of looks very similar when they go for this pixel art style. And I guess Golden Sun had a true AoE. With the, you know, actual area. Because they're an area of effect. Am I hitting every enemy on the field? No, I'm only hitting the enemies in this battle, so it's an area of effect. Otherwise, every enemy would be dead as soon as I use the spell. Sure does. All the spells have like a range of that have any sort of AoE is like 3 or 5 or 7. 7 is like the entire field because no enemies are wider than 7 across or whatever. But sometimes you have 4 enemies and you hit, you know, you target like 1 enemy or something like that, and you're only hitting 3 dudes. Well, then I'm technically correct. That is only an area of effect. If everything in the world died as soon as I used the spell, then you would be correct. Time to enter the lewd crack of grass there. Not the same. That's why it's called an area of effect, not all enemies. You want to become nitpicky, I can become nitpicky too. When a monster targets something that I don't want it to target. Kind of sucks that Bo like left the party like 5 seconds after he joined it. At least I could control him. Considering like games have stuff, you know, you have these animations where you have these dragons that shoot like this meteor down to the planet and have this extremely huge explosion that only attacks like the 3 dudes you're currently attacking. And it looks like it would take out an entire continent. You know, JRPG battles are weird. You know, gonna get surprised there. Guess all they did is call for help. I haven't tried to explode yet. It's expensive though. Small explosive attack. Explosion! The weirdest part is your, like, characters are fine. Just, like, send a meteor that destroyed half a continent, your guys are, like, they're 2 feet away from the other enemies. Perfectly fine. Nothing happened to them. They just put on a helmet before the meteor hit, that's it. That's what happened. Yeah, it's an area of effect. All enemies. That's an area. Single target attacks are as an area of effect as well. It's just targeting that single character. It's definitely an area. Foam stuff. Exactly. Yeah, it sucks they just took out half my my team here. That stupid sleep spell. At my monster is still awake. I'm being technical. Oops. I should have went and changed classes here. I'm wasting all these points. So there's a little tree here that was blocking a path somewhere. Need to get back there. AoE of the entire world. That'd be a very interesting AoE. How would that even work? It's just like a globe that just happens to encompass the the ground of the entire planet. Unless that anime had a flat Earth. Spell. Magic is weird. Wait. I'm inside the monster. I guess I got surprised somehow. Good way of getting rid of cancer across the entire planet. Whoop. Guess we're using a lot of antidotes here. God, surprise attacks are annoying. Especially since the enemies always get 2 hits. Whenever you get surprised, they only get 1 free hit. They get 2 free hits. Friendly fire. I guess not really friendly fire. You're not a friend with them. Wait, that tree's still there. I thought that tree would have been gone, that little tree down there. Nope, so much for coming back here. How do I get rid of that tree then? But then would it be considered friendly fire if they're not friends at that point? Like ex-friends. Huh. I throw this down here now. Bot's never gonna move, is it? There we go. Acquaintance fire. Co-worker fire. Rumble roll. That's a rumble roll. 0, whatever it is. Hey, what was horrifying? Let me check that one. Necklace also causes fear. That to make them run away. Toss and turn, make an earthquake. All enemies. Wow, for 0? That seems good. I guess we're tagging him in now. A free AoE. Let's remove the rest. Let's try it out. Okay, so how do I... Came back here because I thought I'd be able to get through that little tree, which I assumed went away when the enemy went away, but clearly not. I mean, I can't burn it because I can't turn around. And a hammer wouldn't make sense because how would a hammer get rid of that tree? I don't see any other path to get there. Huh. Go back up there, so that doesn't help me at all. Yeah, that would totally work. Yeah, maybe something changes this field down the road. Either way, I can't do anything with it right now, so... Keep going this way, I guess, because I can't go back up. Damn it. Let's try and press the other button. This is a nasty battle. Your whirlpool. Oops. Skills. And they really should put special somewhere else. Keep wanting to use special when I want to use skills. Oops. Antidote. Torm has 100 hit points now. Alright, where's the stupid exit in this place? I just want to get out of here now. Alright, let's see how much damage this rumble roll does. 118 damage, AoE, holy shit. Alright, well, we found our frontline monster for, like, no cost. That's an insane win there for that ability. Even though it missed, it probably has a pretty high chance of missing. Wow. I want to run to the enemy that actually casts that normally, because shit, that's gonna hurt. Probably like way later. It's really weird. Like these monster abilities are completely random. Like you don't get a. I guess Rumble Roll kind of would make sense for this Thunder Lizard or whatever, but that imitate thing made absolutely no sense for that one. So it seems like way too overpowered for the cost. It was an AoE, see, it was just a crack. That was an area of effect. Only affected enemies are in that crack's range. Going home, come visit me sometime. See you later. Oh, yeah, I forgot we had this kid with us all this time. So I took this kid into the battle against that other monster and everything. I was totally fine with it. Alright, let's go find the local alchemist. We know Cain is her real son. The mayor turned both him and Abel over to Gratze as captives. Cain and Abel. She must feel terrible. Do not feed the animals. Well, there's none here to feed, so... Horses! Short ways away from here is Darrow's, a town with a casino. Oh god. Well, I guess we're spending all our money there. Thanks to Gratze, though. I heard it's pretty empty now. Not for long, it's not. Nay. Find the alchemist. Moo. I'm pretty sly for an alchemist. Alright, what's he got? Window. So we have water, bright, earth, fire, wind, dark. Are we missing any elements at this point? Star quartz and iris wire. Iris water is used for a lot of these ores. Water, earth, fire, and wind all use iris water. Star quartz is used for bright ore and wind ore. Dark ore is the one that uses black water. Dark ruby is also only used for dark ore. all of the stuff I haven't seen anywhere, which I'm assuming is all stuff you're gonna find in the ancient cave or whatever. Danger, do not enter. I want to, but it won't let me. Mayor's estate. What's that man doing with that horse over there? Sir, keep that pocket out of your, or that carrot out of your pocket. Nay. Hey Luke, how's it going? Yeah, it's good. Slowly but surely, making some progress. No climbing. Climbing on what? I don't see any ladders on the tree. Black cheese. Make a living on the cows and horses we raise here. Why did Gratze have to come and invade a town like this? Those feasts never last long these days. Nothing. Shin the Gourmet King. May I sample a cup of Orden's famous blue tea? Oh yeah, we need a blue tea for that lady in... Where was that lady? Old lady in Nabare wants Orden's blue tea. How could I miss this before? Tea makes me feel so noble somehow. That, unfortunately, is as noble as Shin would ever get. Must follow Shin's journey. Mentioned cows. I don't see any cows. Alright, weapon upgrades here. Short sword, divine staff. Lowers my intelligence. Increases my attack, but probably still won't do any friggin' damage. 6,000 bucks though, Jesus. Power knuckles. Is like fighter only or something? What if I change characters? Will I like? But then again, my sword user that can't use swords, so 7,000 bucks. Lance, mace, silk toga, a lot of extra defense. Magic resist goes down. It's also freaking expensive. Kite shield's a pretty decent defense boost. Alright, well, let's buy these power knuckles. So I need to go to equip first. Power knuckles. Should I buy this? Yeah, it's probably not worth it. I mean, I'd be surprised if she even does any damage, and if she does, she'll do like 5. Kite shields, could buy 2 of those as well. Silk toga would be nice, but can't afford it. Should sell this moldy bread. Maybe we need it for something. I should have kept at least one. I don't want to keep any of these for the monsters. They don't even care about monsters. Bark Tapo. Let's get rid. Might as well make the 6,000 bucks I need. I mean, it's not like I have these monsters anyways, so. And sword. Short sword. Rapier. Gladius. See if that was equipable in any way. There was some decent defense. What would he was equipped with before? I didn't find a better boomerang or something for Tormo. Monster Keeper hints part 1. When your IP gauge hits its max, you'll be able to join one of your monsters. You can only combine with mature monsters. Raise them well, and then break out the combos. Yeah, the one time I tried the monster combination is pretty shit, because your dude can't be controlled, and the abilities he used were pretty shit, but I mean, there may be some good abilities, but even if there was, the fact you can't control your guy really screws it up. I guess it makes you invulnerable is the only upside. So if you're fighting a really, really tough boss or something, you'd be invulnerable for a couple turns, but I don't know. Fighting weak enemies does nothing for your IP. Stronger enemies in dire battle situations is to help establish the bond between monster and keeper. The best keepers always challenge the limits. He's like, alright, I can move here now. Thanks, buddy. This guy have like 2 brooms. Makes no sense. A weird shop. There's like nothing even indicating this is like a weapon/armor shop. Kind of odd. This guy have the blue tea. $100. If I buy another one, made from tree leaves. I don't know if they're good for like actual use. I'll bring this to that lady. So stay at the inn first. Well, Navari's probably gonna be cheaper than the inn here. Legend of Doom Island, Chapter 4. Artie, an elf from the Mountain of No Return, said to live in the town of Esericto, details unknown. Night's dinner. Bread, homemade cheese, veggie stew, and blue tea. Another boomerang. Doesn't do me any good. I already have one. If it wasn't a stronger boomerang. I guess I could sell it for money. Alright. I wrote Nazari, close enough. Alright, so who wanted the blue tea? Or maybe... Blue tea, you've got some. Could you find it in your heart to give it to me? Sure. My dream finally came true. Oh, right, I'll give you a Navarroa in return. Called the Phantom Fish for good reason, you know. Navarroa live in marshes under extremely thick ice. Like an actual monster. Almost impossible to catch in the wild. So, is this like an item, or is this like an actual monster? Thanks again, I hope you enjoy this. An item. Legendary fish. Alright. It's gonna be like a trading minigame of some kind, where somebody wants this Navarroa and eventually gives us like an item that totally isn't worth the trouble of doing this. I don't think anybody previously asked for a fish, so If anything, it's gonna be further down the road. JRPGs love their trading minigames. I should have stayed at the end. Whatever. Just pay whatever they want here. 80 gold. Highway robbery. Robbery, I say. Church. Way bigger on the inside. Reading the voice of our god can be difficult indeed. Lo, the great ponderings of the Almighty may be comprehensible to humble minds. Ah. We stole the church's offerings. Save. Why do the games still do that in this era? You want to return to the title screen? No, why would you ever ask that? I guess you want to reload a game or something. Really want to know what's going on between that old man and the horse. I mean, if I don't want to know, but... Why are you back here? You're supposed to be in Gratze. Get out of here. Jeez, what kind of welcome's that? And who might you be? Where's the village guard? We're sorry, ma'am. We're traveling along with Kane. We couldn't help but overhear you. Oh, well, I apologize any trouble Kane's given to you. We haven't got much, but please make yourselves at home. As for you, Kane, you're going back first thing tomorrow. No. Yeah, I'm sure they totally won't kill a deserter. Kane! Unbelievable. How can you treat your son that way? I know, right? He's got like a bunch of crates full of carrots all around him for some odd reason. Torma. Eldin, let's get out of here. What, you got something to do? Let's go! Pick of books line the shelves. Hey, Tex, how's it going? Definitely a secret over here. Huh? You need something? Yeah, I need you to get out of my way. This pot's there to destroy. These clocks that just have like the pendulums just stuck like that, just like, would it have killed them to have a little, like, one extra frame of animation to have those clocks like animated? It feels like they were planning to do so and they just didn't. They ran out of like time or something like that, so just stuck, perpetually stuck in this like half animated stage. At least they have the pendulum like straight down, so there's an explanation why the clock's not moving. Supposed to be a rug, or is that supposed to... Kind of looks like a rug behind the bed, but I'm going underneath it. It feels like the back of the bed is like on a different texture. Like it's like they screwed up and put the wrong texture there. Thing up there. It's like a Sfida club or something. Mom didn't have any choice. If she didn't give them a captive like they asked, it would have destroyed the entire village. Must have been hurting right alongside us. Oh, the horse is gone now. Mom only cares about Abel and the village. She could care less about me. That's not true. She just wants you to be stronger. My mother never said one nice thing to me. My whole entire life. How did you understand? You're not her real son. I understand because I'm not her real son. Phew, thought the horse would never leave. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm sure you totally weren't enjoying the time there. Oh my, you're from Nazari, right? It's plain to see. This village used to serve ancient gods, you know? Not much talk about that nowadays, though. The tower near here is one of the ancient ruins. But no one's gone inside for hundreds of years. Did you just say ancient ruins? Yeah, the mayor might know more about it. I should have gone Gratze instead, since I'm not Mom's real son. Gratze knew that, that's why I wasn't sent. I wasn't worth enough. Yeah, there's a tower right by the village. I'm positive that it's from ancient times too. You can't get in, it's locked and the key's missing. That outfit. You're a priestess from Nazari, right? Heard all about your village. I used to worship the ancient gods here too. I'd like to help you out, but I don't know where the key is. Imagine it's somewhere in the village, though. Mayor, we got trouble. Just received word from the Watch. Gratze's army is headed in this direction. Eldin. Can I ask you a favor? Go find Cain. And tell him to get out of this village. He's gotta go hide somewhere. Tower would be the best place for him to hide. Please, you've got to tell him. Wait. Go back. He's obviously in this house. Probably like right in here somewhere. Oh, great. Some free blue tea. I guess we can figure out what it does now. I wasted $100 for one of these. You dumbass, the key was in your house all this time. That's it, it's the key to the tower. Ha ha ha, it's mine. Damn it. Gratze, you'll make me an officer for sure now. Hayes, you're going to betray us? Pfft. What do you think this tiny little village is still around? It's because no one knew where the key was. How dare you? I'm sick of standing around tending livestock all day, living in constant fear of being attacked. So long to that life. Hey, give it back, Hayes. My brother needs that key. Jeez, now I gotta listen to you too, Abel. Get lost. Pfft. Abel. Eldin, you can't let Hayes get away. But as usual, we just like let them run away. I love how every time there's an enemy like trying to flee, we're just like stand in place, wait for them to like walk around us and walk out of the room. You're headed for the tower. Save. Gratze took all our food with them. I don't have much left to live on. I just saw him rushing out of town. Tower of Dohane. Jeez, where'd that little sneak go? Sure is quiet in here. I expect monsters to be all over the place. Gotta whip it good. Who's complaining? Not me, that's for sure. Well, yeah, but... color-coded. Let's go get this corpse over here. Yeah, unlock the tower door and that traitor hit me. That's what I get for trusting a Gratzian. Ah. They're probably after his tower's treasure. Can't let that happen. Let's not waste any time. Or are we underneath the corpse? Push these in any way? Secret passages here or anything? How do you get through here? You didn't burn the spider web. Never makes sense in games. Your enemies got through this path before you, but everything is still in place, as if nobody went through here. These torches. Trying to push the red things. Push the things around the red things. Okay. Did that do anything? Maybe that moved those red goat things. Nope. Rumble roll. Yeah, it definitely seems to have a very low chance of hitting. When it does hit, bam. bamboo spear. And dual wield boomerangs. It's way worse in every way. So all the red dudes turn into monsters. Really? I missed? I just have like insanely high defense or something? No, I just missed. Oh shit, I forgot to... I need to go switch out Eldin's class before we go any deeper in this dungeon. So I'm just wasting, like, points here. Kinda looks like Fina. Just a bit. Anime green hairs, gotta love them. Oh, wait. Good thing we didn't activate these things. Alright, is anybody else master? Maybe I should go get Alchemist. Try to get that one out of the way. So Eldin's mastered his. How's Torma doing here? Still expert. Yeah, Wizard is definitely slower because they just have a lot of fucking spells. Let's go get Alchemist. Who's the Alchemist? Oh, no, the Alchemist, the Chemist. Desert Town. Clouds and poison fumes. I guess just like a lot of debuff stuff on the box. Sure. I think some of the chemist stuff look good in the manual. So, see manual here. Spells. There's nothing in here. It looks like it would be a alchemist thing, chemist thing. Antidote, rally, valor, awaken, defrost, soothe. Maybe they make stuff. They obviously poison enemies and stuff, but if they could put any sort of like sleep thing, that'd be kind of handy, maybe. Confusion. I'm assuming there's like debuffs like that, like status effect stuff. guess it resets when you leave. That's annoying. One target. This Frost is still my cheapest AoE. This actually doesn't have a cheaper one. I guess I'm getting new abilities right now. Could have at least one battle before you can learn new abilities. Why do they keep missing these? Either immune to whatever he's using as a weapon? Yeah, didn't they get a new weapon for him? Power Knuckles? Maybe it's like all or nothing? They're relatively expensive. I think it was just a natural, like, boost of attack power. Thought I turned there. So betting these Power Knuckles have like a higher than normal chance of critting, but if they don't crit, they don't do any damage. Kinda sucks. So I imagine if you use any of your regular abilities, they'll use the actual attack power as the base. This Raging Fist, for example. Nice. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know if I want to keep these Power Knuckles, because that hit rate seems to be about as good as the that rumbling roll thing. Except it does way less damage and it's not an AoE. Oh, I hit him that time. Just lower chance than normal. Maybe because I did switch him to Chemist, so I mean, general Chemist just has shittier chance of hitting. Forgot I had switched him. You learn any skills actually as a Chemist yet? No. Hey, Core. It is. It's okay. It exists. That's the best I can say about this game. Dobin. What even is that? It's like some weird, like, dog with like a hook beak that's flying on cloud roller skates with like some wings. Like, what even is this? What am I looking at here? Ow. Some wonderful games coming up, isn't there? It's gonna be a long series of games. Whoa. Man, that thing hits. It hits hard. Insect cover? Some sort of insect equipment, I guess. I don't know what that did. Unlimited pain. I'm sure it won't be as bad as people make it out to be. Damn. Alright, this new attack that T-Rex learned definitely makes monsters good. Monsters went from like just utter shit to like, holy crap, this is like the best monster ability ever. A bone golem? It's usually what you call a skeleton. She did 9 damage. It's the first time I've seen her do more than 1 damage. Was the music in Lost Kingdoms 2 that bad? Can't be as bad as Forever Kingdom, can it? I mean, I guess it could be worse, but... It's definitely as weird, yeah. I mean, composer's music is definitely very eclectic. This simulator is fucked up. I believe it. I mean, considering the other games literally sounds like they're playing 2 music tracks overlapped on top of each other. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. It's like, why is it playing all the music at the same time? It's dropping instruments. Because the reverse is like missing instruments instead of having too many. Hey, friendly Tonberry. Yeah, it's like a side thing. It's shortly, like maybe a couple decades after the events in Lufia 2. It's more like, hey, what happened to the world after the events in, you know, Lufia 2? We really wouldn't call it a sequel per se, even though it does take place in the same world. Part 3. We got for part 3. Pizza. It does look delicious. Some like... looks like an actual Italian pizza. With... There's pepperoni in there, I don't know what the orange stuff is. Still looks good though. Squash. Oh, never tried squash and pizza. I mean, I'd try it. Looks delicious and smells delicious. I'll try it. Oh, get over here. This guy just raided me or something. As soon as I move towards him. Give it. Necromancer? I want to pick that for a necromancer, maybe a ghost, but a necromancer? And Secret Energy Breaker sequel? That is true. Man, this weapon missing all the time kind of sucks. But maybe that's a chemist thing, I don't know. It's unfortunate I picked up that new weapon the same time as I changed his class, so can't really blame it on the weapon. There you go. Toxic Cloud. Great, now we can fart in enemies' general direction. Assuming that poisons enemies. 0 though. At least he's getting... there's no cost involved, which is nice. I don't know if I'd ever use it. Yeah, you had that weird face thing going on. Alright, I guess we want to get 2 of these. We gotta, like... this one over here, and I probably have to go get the other one. Go far enough. Where did I do that? Made no sense. Okay, well I can't go anywhere here. I have to... that one I need active. Treasure. Blood Rod. It's usually called a tampon, but sure. Iron Fang. Iron Beak. Just animal stuff. Good. Even more damage from Rex. That architect cackling evilly as he designs all these buildings, I know, right? Such evil. Alright, this one gives me some attack. Lose a little bit of intelligence, but we'll see if we actually do damage. Uh-oh. I'm guessing that's cursed. Yep. My HP is great. Did that, like, lower my HP? Guess there's cursed things in this. Yeah, there's a monster system, so you've got monsters that you can catch Pokemon styled, and then they level up and you can evolve them. But you can also merge with them, which I haven't really been doing because, you know, the one time I tried it kind of sucked. But definitely a monster system. Where am I supposed to go here? The whole point of this place is just to get treasure? I don't see an actual path out. Monsters. Why does that look like a dog and neither of these look like dogs? Game lied to me. Okay, that seemed to possibly do some damage to her too, because it somehow missed. Seismic hit. No spell slots? Alright. Well, this imitate's pointless. It's like, takes 30 AP. But I could probably transfer that to something that has more AP, so... sacrifice, yeah. I'm definitely getting rid. Okay, the fact that you have to go through a separate menu... kind of annoying. We can evolve already? Oh, he's ready for another evolution? What the fuck? Can the other guy evolve too? No? Huh. Do I want to evolve him again? Probably. Seismic hit is 12, Jesus. Pound the ground to make a quake, one target. Seems really expensive, maybe good for a boss potentially. Yeah. Should we evolve him again? Let's do it. Okay, now he looks cool. Badass dragon. The gold dragon. Oh, unequips all his stuff. Bang. Chopping board. Pointy hat. But I didn't look at the stats before and after. You have a better chance at AoEing the enemies with that attack. Nope. 0 for 1 so far. Another ability? Oh. Why is it... You just relearn Sacrifice, or... Is it just gonna ask me that every fucking turn? Unless I get rid of... You have to, like, remove it manually? Yeah, you can switch your vote. I mean, you can't cancel it altogether, but... But if you vote again, it'll just change your vote to whatever you voted for, but if you do any... extra votes, those are locked in, so extra votes can't be changed. Not even on the list. Must have just learned it again or something. Or if I should set strike as well. I'm assuming he's going to use Rumble Roll if there's more than one enemy, but it might just be completely random. How's it going, by the way, Jason W? Oh, Looks like we'll be hitting a golden switch really soon. Oh sure, he just walks right by the enemies and they're not attacking him, because I'm not moving. And he's only moving when I move. Super convenient for the game. Hey, you. How's it going? I haven't tried the, okay, he's gonna learn this, like, every fucking... He's not even learning this ability, just every time. It's like, oh, you want our sacrifice. Like, can I get rid of sacrifice? Like, can I just tell it not to try to learn this anymore? Because when we, like, swap it in and forget an ability and then swap it back out or something? Like, what the hell? Let's do this. Just making him forget sacrifice, and then swapping the other ability. This game just does not want you to get rid of the abilities. Like, fuck. So you're keeping this no matter what. I appreciate the fact that they can, like, let you, you know, swap it in and out or whatever, but you won't have to do that every damn fight. There. What a weird system. Escape ball. Alright. So many enemies. Yeah, even if you give him the single attack thing, he doesn't seem to want to use it. Which kind of makes sense, considering this Rumble Roll is super OP, so AI is probably programmed to use that more often than not. I don't know what this Blood Rod is supposed to do to me. Not sure if it's trying to do damage to me, it's trying to hit me with some sort of status effect. I haven't seen it succeed once. Maybe some sort of leech effect, in which case it'd actually be a good thing, but considering it's cursed, that's unlikely. Nope. You have this guy, you can use a whip, it doesn't do anything to the enemies. All you're doing by moving is to, you know, make the enemies, or by attacking is to have the enemies move. It's a roguelike in terms of the enemies moving as you move. Yep. I'll have to bring to the church, I guess, to get rid of it. Let's try this toxic cloud. I'm assuming all it does is poison the enemy, which these guys are probably immune to anyways. Yeah, exactly. Never mind. Freaking Rex here killing everything. Damn it, Rex, I wanted to use this toxic cloud. What the hell? Yeah, of course, now he uses a freaking strike. We got a big group of enemies. Okay, yeah, so that time it actually did damage me. This has a small chance of damaging you. Maybe as a percentage. Didn't hit anybody. I mean, as the first ability you get as I'm gonna get rid of that single attack thing. It did like no damage. Wait, Horrify. When did I have that equipped? Is when I swapped it back and auto-equipped it or something? Yeah, Rex, I mean, monsters just learn random abilities. He learned like this crazy like 0 mana cost AoE that hits every enemy but has a low chance of actually damaging them. But when it does damage them, it does like over 100 damage. It does like a massive amount of fucking damage. Vorpal Blade. Is that his final ability? Let's get rid of Strike. Let's keep Rumble Roll. I mean, chance of missing, considering he's not doing that much damage anyways when he does hit with regular attacks. Lurking time. A good lurk means. So cute seeing single double-digit damage numbers 15 hours into an RPG. Yeah, I know, right? Definitely a slow burn in this one. I know, right? You would think that they would only be able to use weapons that are based on their character. Like Torm would only be able to use whips or something. But no. And the way he throws boomerangs, he just opens up his arms and then boomerang just flies out of it. Like he's casting a spell or something. So Torma just maxed out his swordsman. He did, okay, so we should go get the knight class that needed master swordsman. Of course I don't want to leave this place right now because we have to redo everything if we do, so I have to leave this place. Strong against hard targets. Okay, so enemies with high defense probably bypasses defense. I really need to get Torma like a single target weapon, just so you could use it against like bosses and stuff. This AoEs just do less damage, so... Tear gas. Is it like blind enemies or something? That can you use it out of battles, maybe like lowers enemy encounters. So okay, nice. That could be useful. It's free. Kind of annoying you have to go through a bunch of menus to get to it though. wonder how long this works. Looks like to go through an animation for it. It's actually pretty good. Of course, the enemies move, so I was gonna say if you can get like a surprise attack on an enemy or something like that. It's actually gonna be super useful in certain situations, I imagine, especially like harder areas and you just want to get out of there. Just kind of awkward to use. Use the tear gas. Yeah, I should totally use Blaze on him. Let's level up Eldin. Double miss, boo. Dog ears. I don't have any dogs, so some of my current monsters can't use this. Horrible necromancer. Can't even summon some undead. Push from the side. There we go. It's against the wall there. I should level up Eldin before we do anything. Come on, rumble roll. lots of attack. Bottom one is the, or the middle one is the switches there. That area was blocked by the blue one. To give this place a once-over before I leave, in case there's some places and other areas that were blocked off, and if I go back towards the red area, maybe there's a blue thing that was blocking off a treasure chest or something. Nice. Sure this place here we can go yet, so poison bugs. Yeah, Rumble Roll is definitely the MVP. Kind of a good thing Bao didn't stay behind. This would have been a harder choice to my monster tagged in. Everyone cry that scares foes. Isn't that basically like Bumble, pretty much? Love the critical misses. Regular rod. Oops. Rex is just showing off everybody here. It's too strong. So if there's anything over here. No. There is, but nothing we can access right now. Come on, double rumble roll. Boo. Ooh. Wait, no, seismic hit. I was gonna say rumble roll. No, seismic hit. If I had 2 monsters with rumble roll, I just have like Eldin in the. If I had 3 monsters with rumble roll, I'd have like Eldin with like 3 monsters in the party. That's annoying. This is only one of them. They're ready to sleep. The question is, how do I hit that switch? Yep, keep this one off. No. It's a one-way trip if I go there. To that barrel. Stone horn. More damage. I don't know if this even improves the damage I get from the from the rumble roll thing. Probably doesn't. Main thing that sucks is he doesn't have a lot of defense. I should check actually the stuff I equipped on the Fat Tail. So you might be able to use that. He's kind of, they're both lizard things maybe. I wasn't using him in the front row because Fat Tail was better. Then he got that rumble roll. And they could both use Iron Fangs. Potentially. Nice. A whole bunch of extra defense there. Cannot use that lizard shield though. I need a hammer to get rid of these boxes, don't I? We're gonna get a bow soon. Let's see. It's my list of places to revisit with the hammer. This is Dunbari or something? Dunbari Tower? Start with the D. I love when that thing goes off. Love when we get a preemptive strike and he goes first and kills everything. 50-50 chance. I chose poorly. I mean, Fat Tail almost leveled up. Damn it. Wait, did you just go to sleep? How's he attacking? Yeah, I'll take it, but did he just like wake up as soon as he went to sleep? Which is stats that don't matter. Is Fat Tail ready for another evolution thing? Not that I have a dark fruit. I was actually surprised how fast Rex evolved the second time. I really hate when monsters aren't visible when you're like climbing up and down stairs, so I start moving, not realizing there's a monster like a foot away from me. And it's like, oh, there's the monster. After you start putting in your inputs. Seems like the most useless ability I would ever give to a monster. A free heal, but at what cost? Eldin got Imitate? Okay, so I guess Imitate was a, that's the one that's like 30 mana. So it's a chemist ability? Can I even afford to cast that? There's like maximum AP. I guess I could cast it once at maximum AP. That's kind of a crazy thing to get. We have to try it at some point against a boss and see if it works on bosses. Feels like a big waste of AP though. It's like you waste your turn to get like one ability or whatever. Which, of course, if you're fighting a boss that has like insanely powerful abilities, it could be useful, assuming it even works. Like, you know, if you could use this against the final boss and it has like super ultra meteor insta kill ability or something, which of course it'd be immune to because, you know, the final boss. But if you have stuff like Rumble Roll, but then you're wasting a turn to get the ability, so either way. It seems like a weird ability to get as a chemist, though. Seems like if there'd be like a mime class or something in this game, that's what it would get. Damn, son, you're wrecking everything. Stone helmet. Assuming that's for, like, rock monsters. It could be for us. It's so hard to tell. This game gives you way too many monster equipment, so every time you get something new, it's like, oh, it's probably for a monster. Yep, it's for a monster. None of my current ones. Kind of unfair. If we surprise enemies, we get a free turn on them. Only one free turn. The next turn is normal. If the enemies act when they would normally act in a turn. When enemies get a surprise attack on us, they get 2 free turns. So no matter what, they attack 1 round for free. And the second round, they always go first, no matter what. So they get 2 free turns. So unfair. Game cheats, man. What does this barrel do other than just give us a path to go back here? Okay, there is a path over here. I was wondering how we get to that chest that was behind here. It's unfair, tell this guy right sick. It's unfair. Game using mechanics against me. How dare they? Stone plate. Another thing for monsters. Alright, so this is the switch I need to... So we have to get the barrel over here? I guess so. It's the only thing I could bring over there. I have to make sure I don't bring it all the way to the top. What? Something in front of me? It's like an invisible thing, like right there. Don't know what it is, but I can't cut it. I can't burn it. Yep, gotta have it. Huh. That doesn't do me any good. How am I supposed to get back? Wait, was that Oh, it's another barrel, okay. That's why. Could have pushed this one over instead. Whatever's inside this chest better be worth it. Nope. Ah, fuck. Just had to hit the stairs and reset the entire puzzle. Thanks, game. But nobody says barrel, so it doesn't count. At least I know there's that secret barrel now. Let me guess, he's gonna kill 2 out of 3, and then she's gonna... Okay, good. Kill all 3. I'm say you're gonna waste a frost, probably. Didn't realize we got a surprise attack there. Not over here first. Monster hiding behind here. Sorry. Insect egg. Need more of those so we can get AP back. Better be something good inside of this chest. I'll hit the stairs accidentally this time. Stay near the bottom. I don't know why that one's flattened. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that one active. Golem helm. I'm guessing it's for golems, which we don't have. Hooray! Another monster. It seems like they had a lot of these, like most of these hard to get to things are for monster equipment. Which I guess could be good if you have that type of monster, but unless you do, usually pretty shitty. This is good for extra money. It's a one-way trip. Is there another breaking point for 1 HP loss is 8? So I guess they divide the damage you do by 8. Round up. Good thing she doesn't deal a lot of damage, so she's not taking a lot of damage. It never makes sense that we attack an enemy that looks like a dog and you end up getting a skeleton. Yeah, she took 2 damage there from dealing 16, so it's definitely divided by 8. Okay, Sophie, at least you get barrel every barrel. That's how it should be. Especially considering, like, Atelier Artist 2 had so few barrels to begin with. And then you had, like, a 1 in... I don't know, 1 in 10 chance of getting a friggin' barrel voice dialogue thing, which makes no sense. If they had, like, a standard number of barrels, then okay, sure. It was so uncommon. Felt more like an Easter egg than anything. Right back at the bottom. Nice. Go, go, Rex. Tarma's almost leveled up again. Back at the entrance. Stairs over here. 43, next level. Wait, haven't you done this one already? I'm just going around in circles here. Must have missed the path somewhere. Maybe in that spot with all the switches and stuff. I'm having to jump across the gaps and whatnot. 7 HP, 3 AP, 1 attack, 2 defense, 3 agility. Yeah, this is definitely where we started, so... Huh. Getting myself surprised. Only person I can blame is myself, I guess. I did it again. I didn't think there was another monster there. Whoop. Oh, I guess we're using a revive. I didn't realize she was getting that low. I mean, she never really has that much health, so... I guess the monster revives himself. I don't want to leave this place and have to redo all the puzzles again, but man... It's a freaking maze. Gee, yeah, I just realized the stairs I went down, the ladder I went down was a one-way thing. I do remember, like, jumping off the ladder. So, yeah, I guess we kind of have to go back. Unless... We won't even have to redo this whole thing. Might as well. I basically have to go back. No, it's kind of a pain. Yeah, let's just revive her. Use up one of my limited revives here. I didn't see what blue tea did yet. Let's try it on Eldin. Is it AP? Okay, it's just HP, 20 HP. It's the weak potion, basically. Like 10 times the cost of a potion. So where am I going here? Probably where I was, but there must be another path I missed. Only one monster. I really do need to get rid of that blood rod. I mean, it's not like she's doing a lot of damage anyways. I mean, I guess she has helping out a little bit, but every time she takes damage, I can't have her constantly use magic because it's too expensive. She had a way of getting back her AP easily, like some sort of regeneration over time or something. Wow, not one. I hate crits that miss. Still the one dude we've been attacking. What the hell? Who misses? So use this last blue tea, get it out of my inventory. I just tear gas my way through this place. Stairs here. Oops. Yeah, wasn't this one kind of a dead end? We missed last time. In here is pushable, but I had to destroy the boxes. I just had to break these ones. I probably still have to come back here. Nope. Did. Alright, obviously you got a boss fight. Make sure everybody's fully healed. Some insect eggs. Especially on Eldin. Eldin does the most damage with that random attack thing. This Rex will do some pretty decent damage too. It's too late. We could do something like this. Keep quiet, they might still be here. Let's go inside this totally inconspicuous chest here. Oh my god. Enemies. Who'd have thunk? Okay, there was 3 dudes and now there's 2. Thanks, game. Logic. I'm assuming Blizzard would be good against that demon thing. Earth Viper and whatever the other one is. Let's try Toxic Cloud just to see if it even does anything. Let's try... what's the fuck thing? Let's try Frost Slashing this guy. First thing takes you like 1/8 of the damage even when you use magic. Use the deflect, that probably would have been good. Oh, that's actually an AoE. Come on, Rumble Roll. Explosion! Let's do the chance hit. Let's try to deflect. One of them. Can I kill myself with that thing or what? Some sort of confusion thing? Oh well. Rip my defense. All the ones that were released up to this point, so Lufia 1 and 2, and the Game Boy Color one, which was weird as shit. I guess there's only one more left, right, on the DS, I think? It was very unique, let's just say. Well, that was easy. I love how there was like 3 dudes though, and we only fought 2. I mean, that made no sense. I wonder if they like reduced the difficulty, where it was originally you were fighting 3 and they're like, ah, this is too hard, let's just put it down to 2. That's strange. Oh dear. What is it? How about we go back to the mayor's place? Green shard. Yep, unless it comes up from the fast forward or something. We use the green shard with the moonstone. Nope. Definitely not. I mean, this one's not bad. Definitely got some unique games, to say the least. I must just teleport out of here, right? Ski bowl. Alright, we gotta switch out. Where's the knight dude? Grubrick. Need a princess ship. Need a master swordsmith. Become a knight. What's chemist doing? I want to try that. We have 31 AP. I want to try that imitate thing just to see. Expert chemist already, so there's only like potentially 2 more things I can learn probably. I mean, tear gas I guess would be definitely the big thing with chemist. Ability of just freezing enemies in place. Could be very handy, and especially if you use it in the ancient cave or any of those areas really. Like really annoying, super hard enemies you want to like get by. Toxic Cloud is garbage. Imitate possibly could be useful, maybe? Considering the cost, though, I mean, unless you got like a really OP boss and you want to steal their ability or something. Seems really limited. Probably one of those abilities that it's like seems garbage on the tin, but there's like one battle where it becomes like an absolute joke to use it. Free knight. You became a knight. Last skill you learn as a knight is Miracle Hit, a truly masterful move. Miracle Hit. At least we know when he's gonna max out Knight. How's Wizard coming along? He hasn't gotten any new spells in a while. I think the last one I got was Explode. It's been a while since we had that. No, we got Whirlpool. It just throws them in the middle, which is confusing. We're still experts, which is still 2 ranks away from mastering Wizard. Definitely a very slow class to master, considering how many spells you get. Like, Torma got his ability last. Like, he used the last one to get a job, and he almost mastered it as fast as Eldin did. Like, shortly after Eldin. Eldin was an apprentice priest and novice thief. Yeah, I should change, let's change who has which monster. Trying to talk to the guy in the middle. He just doesn't shut up. Five stars for Eldin. I don't know what loyalty does. Maybe it just has something to do when they merge together for the IP thing. I keep Fat Tail. I mean, at this point, what's the point? Unless it can evolve. But you have a Dark Fruit anyways. Bring this Flutter with me. Whatever. I wonder if I get something with like really good agility. I could transfer this Rumble Roll to them or something. Flutter have ability-wise. Whirlwind. I'm gonna keep Rami in when I need to use magic. Let's get uncursed. Tail. So that just remove the equipment or destroy it? Just removes it. Let's go with the rod or the maze, I guess. It's gonna give me that intelligence boost. Actually, the rod's better. Yeah, slightly better. It's got better magic resist too. I just realized we never found that kid. Isn't the kid supposed to be Supposed to be in the tower. I found the older one, but I didn't see the younger kid. Okay, so I gotta go back and see the mayor. Before that, though, let's go visit the ancient cave. Rex do all the work. I don't know what the hell the Never Roar is gonna be for, but... Oops. Yeah, as usual. They give you like a billion different things. Most of it is monster equipment. Ooh, a cloth tunic. It's a monster! It's the monsters. You got a mini dragon, I got a full-size dragon. Fishing rod. I don't know what these crystals do, but I'll find out at the camp screen. One of the first things you want to find whenever you go into these dungeons is the thing that lets you get out of here. Chance hit. First chance hit. Much better. Crystal from an ancient underground lake. Okay, it's probably just for like crafting. Okay, I think there was a recipe that needed that. Yeah, water ore was Irish water plus crystal. Oh, let's just use tear gas here. I guess tear gas wouldn't really be useful here, considering all the monsters are inside of chests. There you go, Providence. Let's safely get out of here. I really hate these weak floors that has like one chest. At least we got a Providence out of it, but still. It's a super weak floor. Encountered this thing before. Gratze. Ow. Shitty attack. Miss, really? It's a shitty turn. Oh, still not dead. Monster's dead. R.I.P. It's been a while since I came in here, and like 2 floors I'm already fighting enemies that are way tougher than they should be. Still not dead, and there's a 200 hit. Fuck. What the hell? How much health does this guy have? Is this a boss we haven't run into yet in the game? Jesus. Good chunk of XP there. 6,000 XP. Poison fumes. I mean, that sounds like just another poison thing. Like using deadly poison gas, just stronger version of toxic cloud, I guess, but this one actually costs. Doesn't seem that good. I don't know if the next floor monster is going to be easier, but again. I think it sucks this monster doesn't have a lot of speed. So I wonder if I can find a monster with like super high agility or something, so I can get the rumble roll off all the time before the enemies even attack. So. It's a shitty floor. Monster, 10 gold, empty chest. Assuming we're going to the boss room here. Yeah. I'm actually the boss. Oh, can't go back. Spooter. Let's try it. 2 spooters. That's not fair. Let's try the poison fumes. Great start with this new ability. They deal no damage, so whatever. Just kill them normally. Way easier than the last dude. I think this was like wasn't this the first boss I ran into in this game? Which, of course, at this point, would do no damage. But I don't care if they gave you 2 or 3 of them, it's pretty much the same thing. Let's learn Dragon Fang. That sounds cool. Actually, it's an ability that, you know, makes sense for a dragon. Just gonna ask me every fucking turn I want to keep that 4, 5. Double Dragon Breath attack, 1 target. Yeah, it's 8 AP. After that, he's gonna run out of AP anyway, so might as well. So which of these would I get rid of? This Berserker seems pretty shitty. Imitate, I mean, I want to transfer this to somebody, but I mean, at this point, Rumble Roll will be... If I was going to transfer one thing out of this dragon, it's going to be Rumble Roll. So... And actually, we can learn Imitate by turning people, our dudes, into a chemist. I don't think this is something I would ever use in a monster. Assuming, like, considering it'd be random what they use anyways, so, yeah. Let's, switch that Horrify for Imitate. How do we... Yeah, forget. Let's forget this. Next floor. It's been 11. I think floor 10 would have had a harder boss. But the one we fought on 9 should have been floor 10's boss. Cutting this grass? I don't think I've ever seen anything inside the grass. Oh, another shitty ass floor, like nothing. Doing something. In front. I'm gonna do it after we clear out the clear that pretty moth before it puts us all to sleep. Damn it. Don't put my dragon to sleep, please. Damn it. It's clear this is for something, I just don't know what. You have to do it in like some sort of weird pattern, like in every direction. Oops. So leave the room. I think we can bring any of the other characters that would have, like, abilities of doing anything with these. I don't know. You gotta press like 1,000 times. I'm pretty sure I pressed it more than enough times to trigger anything that would have triggered, like... I mean, this game is multiplayer too, so maybe this is like something that only like 2 players can do or whatever. I can't push it. I can't slash it. Yeah, it's probably a multiplayer thing. I can't think of anything else I could do. Alright, what do we got for the boss here? Something that looks tough. It's hard to tell, like, plant. No, plants don't seem that hard. Tim's last words. Transit. Death pedal. Inforce puts us to sleep. Ow. No. Boss is weaker than I thought. Well, at this point, the only thing you can think of is like a multiplayer thing. Because it's not like we can use any items on it or anything like that, so... Alright, basement 12. Someone found any, like, iris water or anything like that? Iris water seems to be used in a lot of recipes. Come on, are you serious? This is the floor? Like, here you go, there's a floor with, like, nothing in it, and here's just the boss. Like, fuck. What a shitty-ass floor. Thanks for nothing, game. He's probably gonna murder us too, isn't he? Ooh, that kinda hurt. Hopefully he's weak. Good, he's weak. I don't find any loot on this floor. Noping out of here. Got that Providence, so... Not a good start. So this is enemies we're still running into, like we've ran into, I should say. Those ducks tend to run away, so... One rumble roll, kill them all. It's better than none. And I miss. There's so much missing in my team. Another Providence. And I can't use that. I can't bring those up with me, can I? Ooh, this looks like a nasty group of enemies here. There's poison fumes again. It's bound to do something to some enemies. What the hell? I haven't seen those work once. Like. That was bad. Horrify, what? Oh, because I fucking re-equipped the Horrify. God damn it. Kill the Mimic. Now with 20 damage I won't. Fuck. Pickpocket. Good. Try to pickpocket with my one dude who doesn't have anything. Oh, he's dead. This could be bad. Can I flee? Is that even a thing I can do in this? Try a risky hit here. Oh, did no fucking damage. Well, I guess it's the end of the road for us. The Mimic Man. From him for 200. Good enough to kill him. Yeah, you run. Is this a boss, the High Hydra? I'm sure we fought that as a boss at one point. Fuck. Had a good time to miss there, buddy. Stare into the eye. What does fear do? Paralyze? Alright. Well, we're fucked. Does paralyze even go away? Or am I just dead now? I'm just dead now, aren't I? Huh. Somehow still alive. Fuck. This game doesn't want me to survive. Take a chance hit and hope for the best. This chance hit can't miss. Why do I even want to look for more chests? What's this? Another one of these. I don't know. Fuck. This can steal shit. Oh, this is only 44 gold. It was nothing. How come that one like actually did something, but this one actually just bling 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 like nothing else? So at least a thief does something. Whatever. Of course. Why did I do that? Fuck. This is not good. My monster, no! At least they're giving us mimics inside the mimics. I have to risk it for the biscuit. Those wild bulls don't deal a lot of damage to you. This is gonna kill me, isn't it? Fuck. Rip. Yeah, it seems to do between 20 and 400, or sorry, 20 and 200 damage. Boo! So I lost everything, I guess. I keep the experience and stuff, right? And do I lose all my equipment? Yeah, it's a reload. That's a reload. How do I do it? Well, it's a good time to take a quick break to grab some food anyways. I risk it too much. I mean, did I even get anything useful? I guess I got 2 crystals out of that run. That was it. There was like nothing else that was even useful. Hell, I had a floor that literally had nothing but the floor master, which, like, that's such bullshit. Alright, so let me pause the timer here. So back in a couple minutes and grab some food, and I guess we'll keep going towards... I guess we go see the mayor anyway, so be right back.